and we are going to give this a whirl. Now this will be the final test. See if this will work. Get rid of those. We don't need those anymore. Get rid of this one. All right. Mini player there. This guy's going to sit down here. Put you in mod view. You guys are going to be sitting up here. I think we're set. Early stream. It's only 5 in the morning Eastern, I know. But we're going to give this one a whirl. Now, this is only a play test for my solitaire rules. A lot of work to be done. First time playing this. So I have no idea how they're going to work, and that's what the playtest is all about. So let's give it a whirl. I'm going to have to open up some PDFs here. And I, of course, need my rules. Alrighty, let's get into it. So, EC conditions. Now I need to bring out my scenario information. Oh, it's already out. All right, so that's under plane aids. Easier moderate with no wind at start. So we got moderate ECs. We have no wind at start. Fairly typical. Worth this to the top. What else we got? Kindling is NA. No shit. No quarters in effect. I think that's enough to get going. And let's just start with the good old-fashioned wind change. Units are set up. We have no wind. Irrigation is in effect. And let's go with prep fire. Alrighty. Before I do that, do I want to do any rally phase activities off board? Do I need more half squad scouts? This is me doing my 10% before the game, so don't get too crazy about it. I'm not going to do the roll itself. I would have done this. You're overstacked. And that would be 3, 6. All right, let's go back to here. No rally activities, so let's jump into the prep fire. Now we're going to do some OBA. We do have 3 modules. First one is 150 rocket. And we do have plentiful ammunition for that. What am I doing? CG1. All right, so this is what I have, by the way, for purchases. So all this is given to me, and what I bought was basically OBA. So rocket doesn't count towards the CG limit, and I was able to get all this nice juicy stuff. So the first one is, let's do it in order, I guess, 100. And we have normal ammunition, so it's going to be, because we have off-board observer and a pre-registered hex, we're going to get an extra black. We have normal ammunition, so it looks like we're going to be 9 black, 3 red. And then we have 150. Same thing, 9 black, 3 red. And then for some reason we rolled really well on our OBA rocket, and we got 10 black on that one. All right, so that's all good. And let's do, I guess we want to do rocket first. Here's my rocket pre-reg. All right, so black, we have access automatically. Well, we have contact automatically. We have access. And now we need a second chit draw to confirm because everything's unknown. All right, so rocket's good. Rocket's in place. It's not going to be accurate. It can only be off a maximum of 3. So we'll just do this 5 for 2. 1, 2, 3. Well, that's not really nice. All right, so let's put an AR down, or sorry, an FFE down, and call it there. Did they change it? Alright, so we're going to do target hex. Basically, we're looking here for KIAs. Nope. D24, no. E25, yep. So this is going to be a fair bit of activation we're rolling for here. Let's minimize this for a bit. Let's bring out our charts or boxes here. This way they don't always get buried underneath my other content. What I really need is another monitor. Alright, so this is a 150 Nebel Warfare, so we're going to be 5 on the 30 is a 1 KIA, so this is dead. We have to do activation, however. And it's not activated, so let's get some other counters out. Why don't I have those? Right, and we do get a shell hole in that location. E26, 7, D26, and that's a K. So I think we have a possible flame. Yeah, well, 26 for shell hole. That's a shell hole there. 25. And another K and D23. E24. That is rubble. No. So it's going to be a 7 on the 30s, a 4 check. Activation. Nope. F24. F25. Well, they're dead. That's 3 6 in a row for activation. That's not a great start for activation purposes. And of course we get a shell hole there too. F26. F27 is a 12, is a 1 check activation. Finally we get activated. And what do we get? We have an 8, which is going to get us a squad and fortification. Squad type is a 6, which would be a 447. And they are in a they have an obstacle 1 to 3 mine belt. Now they're not going to have a mine belt because it's got to be inside their area. Yeah, I'm not going to give them the mine belt. I will put them inside a trench though. I think that's a fair alternative. I'm not going to use a mine belt because it's not going to be effective if I know where it is. So let's put them in a trench. And 447. Now that was a 12 up 4 is going to be a miss. E12. Oh, wrong location. D27. C27. Oh wait, that's a flame. EC moderate, so no. No flame here in E28. D27. It's a K number, no shell hole, so shell hole C27. Yes. B26. Oh yeah. And we have a flame there too. 25. No, 24. Yeah. And C24. No, all right, that gets flipped to FFE2. Piss poor job on the old rocket. And now we can do the other ones. Where do I want to drop my 100? This might not be bad. 150, I could drop it there or here. Well, let's get rid of that. We don't need the rocket anymore because it's just landing. 100 millimeter. Let's put that landed there. All right, so I need a request here. I need to do a chit draw. We have access. Second one for that. Okay, so we're good. We do have access. Let's flip that to a, or accuracy die roll. 4 less. You son of a beach. All right, we're going to go 5 for 3 again. 1, 2, 3. Spotting rounds in place. Pre-registered hex is there. That might not be a bad spot, actually. It's going to have to wait for the defensive fire phase, but I could FFE here. Maybe move it to H6 and then flip to an FFE. It's not a bad spot. And I could even do harassing because the terrain is so light in this area. All right, and that is 100 millimeter. So then we can do the 150. I think I'm going to try here. So again, we're going to do black for access, second black for confirmation. Are we accurate? We are accurate. So we're going to convert in place to an FFE. And we'll land in target hex on the 30 table. Alright, target hex, that goes dead. Let's do an AC. We have another 6. We have shell holes. G21 is going to be a 3 check. No activation. H21. 6 is not enough for shell hole. H22. That'll be a 3 check. We finally got an activation again. We're looking at an 11 this time. Squad, support, weapon, leader, fortification. So we have a squad. We have a leader, support weapon, and a fortification. So squad's going to be a 527 with a 80. We got a light mortar, and they are in a trench. Alright. Now we hit them with an 8. 8 of 4 is a 10. 10 on the 150 is probably just a 1 check, not 2 check. That'll work. Alright, so the leader and the squatty. Squatty is Elard. And then in the road G23, activated as a 10, is a gun and a fortification. So the gun's going to be a 9. Oh, single die. Outside is a 4, so we're looking at a 45 double long. Fortified is a 6, none. So we had a gun sitting in the road, which is no longer going to be alive, probably. And we hit him with a 6. Yeah, that'd be enough to break. 6 plus 2 for being emplaced. That would be a 8. 8 on the 30 is a 3 check, so that's still fine. Just broken. And then these guys in a Fnatic Outpost. You hit with a 9. It's going to be activation. 1, 2, 4, and a 6. Well, the one's activated and one's a dummy. Activated guy's a 9. We have 2 squad, support weapon, fortification. Squad, support weapon, and fortification is a 3. Squad is a 447. We have a 4, which gets us a medium. And we're going to switch our crew to a 237 half squad. And then we have fortification, a 3. 3 is enough for a fortified building location. Alright, so that's going to be a +3 to the 9 is a 12. And he's fine. Oh, I didn't put snipers down. What do we have? 4 and 3. Close enough. All right. Well, that's a bad way to start for the Russians. 5 for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, OBA doesn't trigger snipers. Never mind. That's that. And then we have shell holes in F-21. And we do. Flip that over. And then we have our 100. No, that's all done, I should say. OBA is complete. Now we can go to move. And we'll start with our good old half squads, busting concealments. SASL rules, I got to make my command die roll. So where's my best leader? 9-1 here. 9-2 here, 2 hexes away. So it looks like Mr. 9-2 is going to be the guy. Alright, he's in command. Anybody within 2 now will be as well. Alright, so this guy's going to CX. And we'll start with the grain, 1.5. Now, we're going to always have at least a +1 because of the grain, which means 3 hexes generally speaking. This would be count as a half, so this would be 2.5. This would be 3 move, which means you would be activated. That would be a net 0. No, this would be a -1. 1, 2, 3 hexes away, so that's too far away. So here, this guy could be activated and this guy. So let's do you first. And you are activated as a 7. 7's a dummy. And you. Your 2. 2 is a 5. 5 will generate a squad leader fortification. Squad leader in a something or other. So we have a 527 with a 447 and an 80. We have an obstacle. 4 is wire. Now they're going to be under the wire. This is enemy territory, so I can't put it here because it's not mine. So I'm going to have to put it in my location. They'll just be under it. And then support weapon, I forgot. 5. Light mortar. Alright, let's start with the squad. So this is going to be on the 6 table, down 1. 6 on the 6 is a 1 check. And he is fine. Let's put 2 residual there. I could fire the mortar right now, but I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't think I'm going to do that. On the other hand, there's not really going to be a lot coming down this way, so maybe I do. Yeah, I may as well. Alright, well, I got a critical. There you go. And we have a 7 on the, I think it's going to be on the 8. 50 is a 6, that'll be on the 12. 7 on 12 is a 1 check. That's enough to break. Good shooting. You still have rate. Yeah. No, one more. All right. So that's some good shooting. Still have rate on your mortar. We know we're not going that way. So this guy here is going to go here for 1.5. CXing. We're going to go down the line for 2.5. That would activate this guy here. That would be a dummy. This guy here would be activated as a 9. And that's a squad support weapon and fortification. Squad support weapon and fortification. Squad is going to be 628. Assault engineer, son of a beach. And I don't have, yeah, I do right here. So that's going to be a single die. 1, he's got a flamethrower. 6 to 8 engineer with a flamethrower. And he is not in a entrenchment. So we're going to keep him concealed just because the guy is too far away to... too far away to shoot. Who else can see? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That would be -2, but this would stop moving and open, so nothing else is going to be able to activate. So that is 2.5. This would be 4. This would be a +1. So you two guys could activate with a +1. Nothing else can see. So let's do you first. Activated as a 5, and again I haven't memorized my tables yet, but 5 is squad leader fortification. Squad leader fortified. So that's going to be a 527 with another 628 engineer, and a 6 is going to get us a 8-1 -1 for a lead is a 5 is a 9-1. And a -1 to the fortification gets us a obstacle and an entrenchment. Obstacle is a 4, which is a wire. Alright, so down here we get a 527, 628 engineer, 9-1, and a wire. Alright, that's going to be 11 halved is 5 with a +1, -1. 4 flat is a 3. That will be probably a pin. 3 on the 4 is a 2 check. Broke. And the Axis sniper. We got a 1 north or south. It is the north map, and it is 6 for 4. Actually, no, that'd be the south one. 1 to 3 will be north, 4 to 6 will be south, and we have a 6 for 4. One, two, three, four, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, could have been better. And that will be no residual. Next up we have you guys. How do I want to move you now? How do we maneuver in this grain? Well, let me assault move on. Oh, yeah, keep my conceal for starters, which I have not been putting on. Scouts out. All right, my friend, you are going to go for a jaunt. And you're going to have to expose some counters. So this would be 1.5. This would be 3. You'd probably die here for 4. And this would be 5.5. So let's go 1.5. And that would be 6 hexes with a -1. Yeah, so movement open and canceled. -1 for non-assault. You and you would be possible activation. So let's see the guy in the building. Yes. Damn. What do we get? 12. That's going to be a pack front. So I've just activated a pack front. Except you're in a building. Now what I could do is I could say this guy was the target guy, put him in a trench, and I could put my pack front in these 3 locations here. Which I think is what I'm going to do. So let's put a trench here. This guy will be activated. And we'll put our fire controller in that location. And we'll put our 3 guns here. Now, what kind are they? It's mortar. We don't want that. That should be the 76 long artillery. This might hurt. This might hurt. Well, they're not going to fire at a half squad. So you stay hidden, that's fine. Let's activate this guy here. And he rolled a 6. So I think it's a fair trade. We just activated a pack front for a dummy. So that's 1.5. That'll be 3, which means you can now activate as a 5. Squad leader fortification. Squad leader fortified. Squad is a 628 engineer, 447. And we have a 2. Gets us a flame mine, which again we can't use because it is not in our area. And an 8 down 1 is a 7 is an 8-1. So we have a 628, a 447, and a 8-1. Oh wait, strike that. I rolled a 1. 1 down 1 for elite is one of these. So this is an obstacle. Obstacle is a 6, which is a roadblock. That makes a little bit more sense. We have a roadblock that just showed up. Which I have nowhere to lock down, so I can't even use a roadblock. I guess I'm not using a roadblock. Alright, anyway. So it's going to be on the 6 table. Plus a half. Minus 1, so it'll be negative a half. Which is going to be a minus 1 on the 6. 3 on the 6 is going to be a 2 check. K2. Okay, well. First casualty of the day. And it'll be on the 1 table because of the late grain. First fired. Next up, you. We have a pack front to our front. Now, how the hell do I deal with that? Well, I could just move on carefully and do some advancing fire. This is gonna suck. 76 long. What can that do to my tank? 13 pen. 4 hexes away. Nothing for range. 8 on the frontal armor, which means I need a 5 or less to kill. 14 with APCR. Plus 1 is a 15. And they're elite, so they this depletion number is actually going to be a 6. Yeah, how the hell am I going to do that? Well, let's bring this guy in first. You're going to salt move into the grain. I don't think I want to shoot anything at you. Nothing can see. You guys are going to spread out. You're going to come here. Assault moving again. One at a time. You guys are going to come into here. This way I'll wait for defending fire before I blast him with the back front. You guys here, however, let's send in one guy. You're not going to use assault move. You're going to go 1. 1.5. That'll be 3. This would be a total of +1. This would be 0 modifier, which means you could activate because you need 4 at a range, or 4 hexes with a 0 IFT, so you could activate there. And you do. No, you don't. All right, so you're a dummy. I may actually have to change that. May have to change that. So that's 3. The pack front. The pack front. What's the most efficient way to use it versus infantry? Pack front. Yeah, I could fire individually, or I could try for the fire direction. I think I want to keep fire direction just because I do have armor coming on board. So I can't fire at that guy. So I'm going to let him come forward one more. That would be a 3 flat. No activation here. This would be a +1. Too far away, too far away. I'm not going to fire. This guy here is wide open. All right, so you're definitely activated. No. Yeah, I'm going to have to change that modifier. If I get rid of that, enemy activate unit within 2 hex of the same building as the suspect. Now that might be too powerful, but I think it's going to be good for one reason. They bring a lot of units to bear. So if I get rid of -1 if already activated unit is within 2 hexes. Yeah. All right, that's what we're going to do. Fix that. At any rate, you're a dummy. No, I just changed that. You're activated as a 8, which is going to be a squad, I think. Fortified. Fortified squad gets us a 447 with nothing. And we're going to have a 2 down 2. 6 on the 2 is a PTC, and he's fine. All right. All right. Now we're going to move one guy on at a time for the same reasons. We're just going to move as a stack. I'm not going to fire now. I'm going to wait for my defensive fire phase. And we'll do the same with those guys there. Now you guys, however, we're going to use Armored Assault. So let's button up. This will be gone. We're going to come up here for 1. Oh, do I want to do this? There for 1. This guy's going to fire. Wow. All right. This guy's gonna fire. Saved by the bell, as it were. Alright, so that was good. What do they get for being in a pack front besides the increased chance of repair? They get multiple hits. So you get multiple hits. Okay, well, interesting. That was one. Let's come up here for 1.5 or 2.5. Throw a little bit of a link on there. Acquisition. Let's intensive. First guy and the second guy. All right, both are going to miss. And we'll come to here. Acquisition will stay behind. What can be activated from here? You would be at a +1, +2. You would be at a +1, +2, +3. So you're not activated, but you are. And you're a 6. So, wow. Okay, it worked out. Armored Assault for the win. Now you are going to do the same thing. Except you are going to park here. Buttoned up. And you're going to come here as well. Alright, so I meant on the board, I got a pack front here. These guys are missing horribly, so that's great for me. Now I got to get the rest of these guys on the board. Do I scout with you? That would be 2, 3, 4. This is a rocket, so I got to watch out for that. 3, 4, 5, 6. Activate. +2 down 1 would be a +1. 3 hexes away. Activate. Yeah, let's do that. So you're going to CX. This will be 1. That'll be 3, 4. +1, +2, down 1 is a +1, so this guy will activate. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, as a 4. 4 is going to give me a squad, support weapon, leader, and fortification. Squad, support weapon, leader, and no fortifications. So we have a 447, 80. No, excuse me, a 9 is an LMG, and 9 is an 80, and that's it. All right, that's going to be on the 6 table, up 1. 8 on the 6 is a pinning, and you are fine. That will be 2 down on the 1 table. Residual. We're at 4. Let's come up here for 5. You +1 +2 +3 down 1 would be a +2. Too far away. You'd be at a +1 away, so I could final fire you. Let's do that. So it'll be a 2 up 1. No effect. Now you'll activate as a 3, 9, squad support weapon, I think. Yeah. Squad support weapon and a fortification. Nothing. All right, so we have a 447 with a 10 gets us a ATR. And that would be a 4 flat. 6 and 4 is NMC, and we are good. 2, 1 because of the orchard, so 1 residual. 3, 4, 5, 6, you're at a move. This guy would be at a +1, 2, down 1, so +1 activation. You're within 2, so activated as an 8. Squad and fortification. Squad's going to be a 458. And that would be -1, so that would be an obstacle, right? Possibly. We have an obstacle. Going to be a 3, we have wire. So I think, my friend, we are hung up on wire. No, we are not within their boundary yet. So we're going to be underneath the wire for the Russian. No, let's put the wire here between them. And then, yeah. All right, next up, what else can we shoot? This would be a +1, 4 hexes away, not enough. You're out of move, and now you guys, fairly impunity. You can go 1, 3. It's 1 residual. Do I risk it? Do I risk a 1 residual? He is a 9-2, so 9-2 could have a good impact, but it is a 1 attack. I could be really, really hurting here. But let's do it. All right, we're going to button up here. Tank's completely the wrong way. Let's turn him for 1. These guys will go 3 there. This will be 4. We'll do the 1 attack. 6 on the 1 is a miss. Excuse me. And we'll stop there. C28, you're safe. So let's button up. We're going to come 3, 4. This is the limit of our rockets, so we got to be careful. He's got a leader, so I could go 3, 6 down to here. But the problem is I'm going to have these guns already zeroed in. I need to deal with this pack front. I'm hoping that this firepower will be enough to deal with that. Alright. You're in command because of the 9-2. This guy's going to have to take his own command at die roll. Which puts him in and him in. Which means that the tanks with them will also be in command because there are lesser morale. So this guy here, we're going to button up, we're going to pivot. We're going to go 3, 5.5. Or 4.5, and we'll stop there. You can do the same thing. Uh, 3, 6. All right, I need a 9-2 leadership die roll. So this guy here is in command. I'll tell you this, the Germans are not hurting for leaders in this CG. All right, this guy here, we're going to CX. We're going to come here for 1. This guy will probably not activate. It's going to be a +1, -1 cancel, 4x is away. You are too far away to activate. We're going to bypass on the south side of the house for 2. We're going to come into here for 4. Which would be activation from these 2. So we'll start with that guy there. And we have activation because you're within 2. So what do we get? We have a 4. Squad support weapon leader fortification. Squad leader support weapon leader and fortification. 458 with a 5 gets us a light mortar. And a 9 gets us an 8-0. And a 3 will be, wait, that drops it down to a 2. 2 is an obstacle, which is going to be another roadblock. How do we fit a roadblock in here? Well, I could put it here. Let's do that. We'll put a roadblock in there. Makes sense. It's within our territory, and it works. All right, so these guys here are going to fire on the 4 up 1. No effect. 2 residual. This guy here, activation. 6 is a dummy. That's 4. Let's come to here for 6. You're not going to fire right now. Let's get this guy first. And we have a 1. 1 is going to get us a 10. Gun and a fortification. This will be fun. Gun on the inside is a 45 double long. And we are not fortified. Oh wait, that's outside. So outside will be actually an 80 mortar. 82 mortar. Too close to fire. I could fire the crew at the building. It's going to be a 2 up 1, but I'm not going to do that. So we're just going to stay concealed for now. Nothing else can see. So I guess I'll do final fire from this guy, 4 up 1. No effect. All right, now we can go back to here. Rocket comes up to here, so we better be careful. We do have you guys, but you're in the blast radius of this FFE. I don't think I need to scout, so if I use armored assault, I can come all the way up to here. All right, let's do that. So this guy's going to button up. We'll grab the leader and the 467. We're going to come here for 1. Well, 3. This guy's going to pivot. And we're going to bloop around. That's going to miss. No rate. So you're done. That'll be 4. We can fire this guy with a 4 firepower. +1 for the FFE. Broke his gun. That would be 5. Now I could fire a 5 or a 1 flat. 1 up 1. 1 up 2 actually because of the hedge. But I'm not going to do that. No, they want to get the hedge because they are under the vehicle. And this roadblock is going to stop these guys from activating. I think you're good to go. So let's keep it like that. You guys are going to move as a stack. Three. This would be 4.5, 5.5. So that'll be 3, 4.5, 5.5. You guys will come to here, and this guy is going to join those dudes. Get my sappers up front, ready to deal with clearing stuff out. Now you... you final fired, right? So that would be a 2 residual in that location, 2. Alright, so command tower for the 10-2, he's good. And we're going to button up. We'll come into here. I'm going to have to do something about the Russian defense in the rules. I just don't have enough depth. What I had to do for the rules is, you can see the spacing. I used the grain like it was brush and woods, basically odd or even, and that's why there's gaps and like this, but I don't think that's going to work. At the same time, I can't say every hex because then it's too much. I wonder if I run a string of trenches, what would the start look like? I mean, we're looking at 60 trenches to start with, right? And I got 30 wires, so I've got 7 trenches up here. So it still gives me 53 trenches. I could run a complete line right down the front here. Yeah, I could run a complete line of trenches almost right across the front. $20 CPP. What would a Russian buy with 20 CPP? You can't buy infantry, you can't buy vehicles. You can buy gun sections or fortification. Hmm. Well, I definitely have to give the Russians automatic artillery as well. Just a reminder, guys, if you're watching this, is that I am doing a play test here of the rule set, so I have to make sure that I cover that. What do you even buy artillery? It's a bit early in the game for Russian artillery for the first turn because you're running out of space. The Germans coming in from off board. You don't have a lot of territory to be dropping artillery down yet. Hmm, 60 trenches, eh? So that's 7. What if I do that? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 20, 40, no, 30, 40, 50. I can make a complete line of trenches all the way across the Russian front line. Two, three, four. 60 trenches would put a complete line of trenches completely across the Russian front line. Yeah, well, that's a start, I guess. So we want to get rid of this. We want to place a line of trenches along the Russian perimeter. At the alternate hex grain A40 to F37 to F5 to NN5 to NN5. And then we also have 30 wire that we have to place as well. So we want 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 28. 29, 30, 31, 2, 3, 4, 7, 38, 39, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, and 60. Let me put groups of wire. We need 30 groups of wire. Or 30 wire. So we want to put them on here. One, two, three, four, five. Hex grain A40, F35, A42, F35. That would be 6. We want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 on F29 to F24. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 on F22, F15. Put 6 on F12 to F7. Uh, 6, 12, 6, 12. Alternate hex grain. All right, how is my Twitch looking? Unstable, losing frames again. Come on, man, what's going on? The keyframe interval is too high. Well, I don't get it. At any rate. So that is 6, 12, 18, 24, and then I can do another 7. So I need one of these guys gone. Let's get rid of that guy there. That would be X5 to CC5. So on X5 to CC5. And then each trench gets a suspect. Alright, each trench will get a suspect. That'll increase the pool for the enemy, which we want to do. Alright, so I think we're good with that. Let's get back into the game now. So we're still in the moving phase. And I want to keep on moving. Alright, back to here. What do I want to do with you guys? Well, let's assault move the mortar into here for now. And I guess I may as well armor assault onto the board. A 2-up-1 shot with residual firepower. What are the chances of me getting waxed by that? Alright, this guy's going to go hatches down. We're going to go 1, 2. Vehicle's going to go into bypass. You guys are going to enter the building. And take a 2-up-1 shot. Alright, no effect. Nothing else is going to shoot you. You guys here. You're going to go 1. This would be a +1 canceled out with a -1 would be 0. Need to be 4 hexes away. So I will not activate this guy or this guy if I move into here. This guy would probably activate this. If I move into C20, this guy would activate. So I'm going to have to do this one at a time. 1, bypass 2, 3, risk activation, 4, 5. I would have to CX. This guy. Let's do that. CX. So that's going to be 1. This will be 2. I think this might be an activation. Yeah. Alright, so this guy's going to be activated with a -2 in the IFT. And we do not activate. He's a dummy. And then we can do 3. Now this would be +1, -1, 5 hexes away though, so no good. This guy here would be a +1.5, down 1 would be a +0.5. 4 hexes away though. You have to be at 0. No, I did not have raid on my mortar when I spun and fired it. So, I could final the crew. No, they'd have to be adjacent. This would be +1, -1 would be 0. So you'd actually be activated here. And you're another dummy. I guess not. Alright, so then we're going to come into here and do a 2-up-1. No effect. And then you're going to do the same. You're going to come 1, bypass 2, 3, and you're going to do the same. All right, no effect. You don't have to CX, so you guys are fine. All right, you guys here. Well, I guess I'll just move you onto the board for now. And then there's you guys. What do I do with you? Okay, you know what? I'm going to grab some coffee. I'll be right back, guys. All right, everything's better with more coffee. And a couple granola bars for snacks. This would be 6 move right here. If a move is a stack, this guy would activate when I reach here. You would activate when I reach C19. All right, we have an activation. Activated as a 4. It's not going to be good. Squad support weapon leader fortification. Squad support weapon leader. And that's going to be an assault engineer. So I need this support weapon, which is an LMG. And a 8-0. And they are going to be in an obstacle. Maybe? Yeah. All right, 6 is going to be a roadblock. So, unfortunately, they're not going to be able to have one. But we can still fire on the 4 table with a +1. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. So we have the leader. And the 4.67 and a 4.67. Fine allied sniper. We have a 4. and then we're going to keep coming, and we're going to stop in D19. This guy will now activate here. I did have rate on the heavy. I could fire again at two flat. Yeah, let's do a 2 flat. Yeah, all right. So you're done. And this guy activation here. We have a 1, gets us a 5. Squad leader fortification. Squad leader, and they are not fortified. So we have 2 5-2-7s, and 4 is going to get us a 9-1. All right, so this is going to be a +0.5, so it's going to be on the 4 table with a -1. 6 on the 4 is an NMC leader. Heat of battle. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. He's elite, though, so that would count down for 1. So he's going to be battle hardened. Okay. And a 1 check or no NMC on the 467, pinned, and good. So this guy's pinned. And they are first fired. Nothing else can activate. You here are going to do the same thing, except we're going to move all together. So that'll be 3. That'd be 4.5. That'll be 6 there. So we can final or subsequent first fire of the squad. It'll be on the 2 flat. 6 on the 2 is a pinning. So leader. Pinned. Come on. Oh, wait, these guys are supposed to be buttoned up. So he's pinned, which sucks. The medium, pinned heavy, is fine, and the bottom squad is fine. Now you could activate. Yep. As a 7, 7 is always a dummy. And you are activated as a 8 squad fortification. Squad's a 6-8 engineer. And you're already fortified. -1 might be an obstacle as well. That's an entrenchment. All right, so you're going to be on the 2 flat, nothing. This would be a +1, too far away, too far away, too far away. You would be at an activation, yeah. 8 squad and a fortification. Squad's going to be a 447, and that will be an obstacle. which is going to be a roadblock again, so no obstacle. 4 flat gets us a PTC, so the heavy and the sapper squad. Sniper is kind of lukewarm. It's going to be the north sniper that goes tree for tree. 1, 2, 3. Well, it looks like we're going to be pinning the German sniper up here. Well, not too bad, I guess. You and my friend are just going to come to here. And now we'll bring on the rest of our guys. You don't have a leader, which means you can only go 3 in the grain. So 2 for you. That's easy. You guys will come to here. This guy needs a command die roll. If I CX this guy, I can make it all the way to D15. C15 would be a +1, -1 cancel. Would be a net 0. This would be a +1. 4 hexes away, too far away to activate it. I'd have to make it here with a 0 modifier, which would activate all of this. 5 activations. 6, this guy too. If I drop my mortar, I could use a half squat to do that. Transfer mortar. I don't think that's cost anything to transfer, does it? Oh, I can only do it in rally phase or advance phase. All right, we're going to drop the mortar. We're going to send this guy out. CX'd. He's going to go 3, 4.5. Again, +1, -1 would cancel. So this guy would activate. You would activate. You would have a +2, -1. You're too far away. This would be a 1 +1/2, so too far away. So yeah, you two would activate this guy here. Yep. As an 11, that's probably not going to be good. Squad support weapon leader and fort. That's 447. 3 on a support weapon. Gets us an MMG. So we're going to change our squad type to a half squad. We have a leader, which is a 9-1, and we already fortified. Oh, that's an obstacle. All right, and the obstacles 2, I think that's going to be a mine of some kind. Flame mine. Now, again, we're not in our area, so we can't use a flame mine, so it's not going to be an obstacle. However, we're going to drop a 4 flat shot, 4 down 1 actually. 4 on the 4 is going to be a 1. And that will be enough to break. Not ELR, just break. And we have rate. Now that would be a 2 reduced to the 1 because of the grain. All right. So if I come to here, that would be +1 +2. Non-assault will bring it down to a +1. This will bring it down to a 0. I could fire a 4 flat. Seven on the 4 is a pinning, and I have rate. He's pinned. Come on, man. There'll be no residual because of the grain. Pick up the mortar. So that would be a total of 2.5. That would be 4. Let's do a 4 flat. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. Leader. The squad. Sniper. Sniper is hot. It is the self sniper this time. That goes tree for 6. Three for 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, what's closest? I'm guessing you are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So you're at a +1. You're at a +1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You are at 0, and you are at 0. Let me take this guy here. I rolled a 1, so you're broken. That'll work. And we are done with rate on this guy here. And now you are going to CX. You're going to come here for 3. Four and a half. Activate this. 4. Squad's going to be 447. We're going to have a 6. Gets us in lay mortar. Leader's going to be a 7-0. And we have a entrenchment, which you already know. So 447 with a lay mortar. Let's fire the squad. So we're going to do a 4 4 flat shot. 5 on the 4 is a 1. And he's fine. Sniper. Sniper is not. Alright, so that would be a 1 residual because of the grain. And you would activate as well. 10. A gun and a fortification. It's going to be a big mortar, and we already are fortified. However, it might be something else. Nope. Alright, 3 hexes away, so we're going to hit with the mortar with a +1, so 6 or less. Last shot, and we hit. So 7 on the 8 is a 1 check, which he's fine. Alright, so we lived. You first fired, and I think that's all that can be done now. So let's go here, and this will actually increase now to 4 because of the mortar. And we do a 2 down 1. 4 on the 2 is a 1 check. It's enough to break. We're going to stay together, and we're just going to come to B12. This will be +2, +4 for the trench. +4 on the 12 is not good. However, if I come forward more, I'm going to activate this guy. Yeah, we're going to send these guys to here. And then I'm going to send these guys to here. And then this guy's going to activate. It's a 5. Bring that a little bit closer to the action. Just a little bit closer. All right, 5, squad leader fortification. Squad engineer. 447 leader, and that's it. All right, so we got a 628. Got a 447. -1 the leaders 6 gets us an 8-1. And we are going to have a 6 firepower attack. Down 1. 6 down 1. 2 on the 6 is a rip. Season. Leader squad. God damn it. Of course he did. Oh. Apparently these squads don't break down, so we have to grab one of these guys from off board. All right. Good shooting, guys. Good shooting. You had to roll that, eh? Unfreaking real. Unreal. All right, so these guys are all in command. I'll do the 8-0 just in case. Actually, we have a 10-2 there anyways. So let's do the 10-2 command die roll. All right. We'll stay 2 hexes in the grain for now. We're going to advance forward, but in the meantime, we won't get shot up. This guy, however, is going to book it. That's what half squads are for. So we're going to go 3. That'll be 4.5. Which would make this a 0 modifier for this guy. Excuse me. Now the squad could fire again, which would be on the 2 flat. Which I'm going to do first, so the 2 flat. Nothing, so you're finaled. And then activate this guy. All right, we have activation. We have a 10. Not great again. We have a gun and a fortification. So the gun is going to be another mortar in a fortified, and we have, yeah, so just a gun. All right, 3 hexes away, 0 modifier, 7 or less to hit. Missed. Actually, you didn't fire, so let's undo that. You fire the squatty. Activate this guy here. That would be a yes. As a 11, which is squad support weapon leader. Yep. We have a 527. No support weapon. Leaders a 7-0. And we have an obstacle. Which is where? Alright, so Everything's already done. 527 with 70. That's going to be a 2 flat shot. And lastly, we'll do this guy here. Activated. He's going to be an 8 squad and a fortification. Squad's going to be 447. And we have an obstacle, which is also wire, so nothing. Four flats is a Fred, which will be 1 residual on that location. At the end of the day, everything is fired. That could fire on that guy, and we still got move left, so let's bust some more conceal. Let's come this way. Yeah, let's start with this guy. We'll do a 2 down 1. 2 on 5 on the 2 is an NMC, and he's broke. All right, that means you guys can now join those. You're going to join those guys. You guys are going to use armored assault, button this guy up. And we're just going to go for a little walk. That would be a +1 total, so you're going to activate. As a 6 is going to be squad, support weapon, fortification. Squad is 527. 10 will get me a, actually no, 447 with a ATR. ETRA. So if you want to immobilize, it would be a +1 because of the grain. Motion vehicles would be +3. Immobilize would be another 5, 8. You need snake eyes and a hull hit to immobilize. Alright, so immobilize failed. You can do a 4 up 1 shot. 5 on the 4 is a 1 check. Leader, you fucker. Top down, 1, 2, 3. Wow. All right. Not to be outdone, let's bring this guy in. We're gonna go, that would be 2. Three. We'll stop there. We'll come here, here, and then here. This guy's gonna final, so it's gonna be a 2 up 1. 6 on the 2 is a pinning, I believe. Yeah. 10-2. And 3 squads. 1, 2, 3. Shall be good, yep. And then this guy here will activate. As a 4. Squad support weapon leader and fort. Squad is a 447. Support weapon is nothing. Leader is a 9-2. And we have a trench. 447 and a 9-2. How bad is that going to get? Well, it's going to be a 4 down 2 shot. 6 on the 4 is an NMC. 10-2. 4, 6, 7 the heavy, medium, and the squad. Squad's broken. Everything else is fine. That was a first fire attempt. Now I could subsequent with a 2 down 2. So 2 on the 2 is a K frickin' 1. Top down. 1, 2, 3. Fuck yourself. One check. All right. So the 10-2. Broken. The 4, the heavy, medium, and the broken guy. He did. And the medium is broke. From a 2 down 2 shot. Oh, God. All right, well, 1, 2, 3, 4. Two flat, 5 on the 2 is a morale track. Yeah, you're fine. You're in command because of that 10-2. And we're going to send this guy and the 447 forward. So that would be 3, 4. You guys are going to come here. And then here. I've been forgetting to activate that guy. Down 1, you're a dummy. This would be a total +1. 0 modifier, yes. You guys can't see, yeah, these two guys should have activated. Squad leader, gun, 45. That's going to be good, and a fort, none. Seven gets me a A1. And we had a 2 for gun, which outside is 76 long artillery. And let me activate this guy, and then we'll start blasting some Germans. 6 is a dummy. All right, let's get to the blasting. You here are going to fire a 4 up 1. No, wait, you couldn't activate, because that would be a +1, and you're too far away. Okay, never mind. That's not there. And then lastly, I have this guy up here. Button up. Let's CX, and we'll go 3, 4.5, 5. All right, and mercifully, that's it for my move. Only took me about 2 and a bit hours. Defending fire, do they get artillery? 54. Let me look. They do not. All right, I think I've done most of the shooting when they moved. We'll start at the bottom here and see what I missed. You my friend. Yeah. Let's drop a round on you here. So it's going to be +2, 3 for the grain. It's going to be a 5 or less to hit. That is a miss. You should have activated. As an 8 squad fortification, squad is a 447 in a trench, which we already have. Which would be a 4 up 1. 5 on the 4 is a 1 check. And apparently I can't even handle that. All right, so that's going to be it for the defensive fire phase. Advancing fire. Let's get some acquisition. First of all, let's do an 4 up 2. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. You're good. That would be 4, 8, wrong, 6, 6 up 3, 5 on the 4 is a 1 check, pinned, and now we'll do the tank, this guy here, to hit. And the second tank behind to hit as well. Here onto there. That's funny. 12 halved is 6 up 4 onto there. 6 up 4. No effect. 6 up 4. 4 up 4. Hail Mary. Probably sniper territory. Probably should not be doing that. Let's fire group those guys. So we're going to have 4, 8, 10. That'll be 11. These two groups here are going to fire on the 8 table. On the mortar. 8 up 4. No effect. Fire group 12. What's a bigger threat? This medium? Or do I focus on one of these guys here? I could do a 6 up 4 here. Let's do that. 6 up 4. And then a 6 up 4 here. Good to see my shooting is still shit. And that'll leave me this 4 up 4. Why not? Do I have anything here that can hit anything? We have 4 up 2. 8 on the 4 is a miss. The tank. Almost broke the gun. Four flat. 2 flat, excuse me. And then the tank. 4 up 1. Yeah, 4 up 1. 5 on the 4 is a 1 check, 8-0. And the 4-5-8. German sniper. Nope. You guys here are going to fire on the 4 table flat. 5 on the 4 is a 1. We have the leader, and the squatty is broken. Well, I don't want to fire into that. This is all rocket OBA. I don't want to fire into that. So let's do 4 firepower. 4 down, 1 into there. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. You can't see this guy, so you're going to have to fire here. That's going to be a 4 flat. 1 check. Broke. Guns are not going to bother firing. This tank, let's fire the infantry first. So it's going to be a 4 plus 1, 2 in place. So it's going to be 4 up 2. 7 is a pinning, and he's pinned. And then the tank for acquisition. That might hit. We have 2 in place. 1 for this. Buttoned up is 4. Non-turreted is 7. Movement would be 9. Actually, it would be 8 because this is only a half. It wouldn't count. Let's look at the table. All right, fire based. We are buttoned up. Case B plus. Non-turret is plus 3. Plus 5 total for me. 6 for being buttoned up. The gun is in place is a plus 8. So it is an improbable hit. I need to roll a die to see if I actually get a critical. Or if I actually get a hit. I don't know if that's enough. Yeah, so 3 still hits. So it's going to be on the 20 table. And I rolled a 6 on the 20. All right, so my improbable shot did work. 6 on the 20 is going to be a 3 morale check. And they failed. All right, and I got acquisition. Very, very nice. Keep acquisition or conceal one for now. I could fire you, but I may as well keep it for now because I'm going to get waxed by that. For the same reason, I'm going to keep this concealment as well. And you. All right, so that's going to be it for defending or advancing fire. Road phase. Now I got to run. So, attacker first, eh? Well, route destination. First of all, you don't have to move because you're not in open ground. You don't have to move because you're not in open ground. And I don't have a destination. You have to move because you're in open ground. And this guy here is actually, this is not in good order. A low crawl 1 hex. I think that's legit. So none of these broken guys have to move. Because they're not in open ground. And they have no route destination. If you have no route destination, do you still route? Can I just move around on the grain, like here? I need Stu to sort me out on that. At any rate, you guys will come back to there. Nope. And that'll be it for the Germans. I do have you. And then the Russians. All right, you're in a bit of a pickle. You have a trench here, but you have to get over the wire first. You can't go into this location because of the FFE. So what would you do? What would you do? Well, first of all, would you be going closer to a known enemy? Plus 1, 2, 3. So you can't see this guy. That's 15. That's 15 away. So you're not going closer to him. And I don't think you're going closer to this guy either. Yeah, so that's 17 and 17. You're not moving closer to an enemy by doing that. So I think you can do that. You're just going to jump on the wire. You're going to run away. No quarters in effect, so you can always low crawl. You're going to jump on the wire. And you're stuck on the wire. Actually, no, you would have enough to get underneath it. You're just not in the trench. Because you have 6 move, it would be enough to... no, you wouldn't. You're stuck on top of the wire. You guys are in the blast radius, so let's get out. You guys are finding your trench, although I could leave. You'd be overstacked, so no. You guys are going to stay there, and yeah, that's fine. All right, that's it for the route phase. Now we can get into the advanced phase. And I think we'll split up here. How do I do this? 12 table with a +3. 12 table with a +4. Do I want to move into that house? Point blank with a 76 long artillery. Oh. Think I do. We'll put one guy down here, I think. I think that's what we're gonna have to do. All right, that's gonna be it for the German turn. So we got some progress made. Unfortunately, we've also lost some units due to some rather unlucky die rolls, but not horrible. Hey Frank, how's your day panning out? Your glorious Labor Day long weekend Monday. I got up nice and early, so I figured why not do this. I was doing some testing earlier of this stream, trying to figure out why my Twitch keeps dropping frames, but seems to be working now. Yeah, it says it's stable, so I don't know. I don't know why it keeps saying unstable on the Twitch platform, but see if that makes any difference turning it off inside there. All right, yeah, so we have no close combat, and now we can go into the Russian turn one. Changes of the wind, we have 6-0. Pins come off. I dare say I'm not going to have any concealment gain, so I'm probably not going to even bother looking for that. Russian self-rally. Now they're going to have 4 self-rallies, so let's see what's broken. One, two. Looks like we got a couple here. So let's do the leader rally first, which would be this guy here. Wow, okay. Heat of battle. Russian, so I guess we have a berserk leader. Very good. And this guy here. He is not rallied. Now he does his task check to see if he goes berserk, which he passes, so I guess he's berserk. Great, that's what we want, right? Well, on the plus side, he's on top of the wire, so I guess it's okay. Here we do self-rallies. So I have a couple down here. Let's do this guy. 1, 2, and so we can lose this. This guy here. And another guy here. Fix that medium while under duress. Yeah, nice. Alright, I think that's it for the Russians. Germans would be a bit more troublesome. I don't have a lot of leaders everywhere, so my wounded 10 too, unfortunately. Fuck off. Yeah, Slaughter Ponyri. Well, unfortunately all the campaigns are one. It's one campaign with a bunch of days. So if you want, I'm doing the first day right now. If you want to play the big one there, Frank, you can do that. Alternatively, you could test out the big monster scenario. As I've only made the one mission, that's the big monster scenario. So I do plan on making a couple other ones, smaller ones. So you might want to wait for that. Aside from that, if you want to dip your toe into Pacific, I do have the Manila one, but that might you might want to wait on that because that's a whole different ball of wax. Did you finish off that Pegasus Bridge one, Frank? I think the church one, right? I think you were doing. Alright, that's it for rallies. Prep fire. Oh wait, I rolled a 6, didn't I? That means I get an RE. Ah, shit. 63. What is a 60 frickin' 3? Enemy artillery strike. Well, that's just great. Well, 7. So they're getting a 80mm battalion mortar OBA. Arty strike. Okay. Oh yeah, 4 bridges. What does we has for that? I finished working on the Pont Grand, and I do have what you can do, Frank. I think I've uploaded this too. Is there is a campaign, if you will, where you're basically playing the 4 missions, the first 4 scenarios as a campaign with a British parachute company. Where are we here? Operation Ladbroke right here. Now, I borrowed this from the Singling campaign, but basically in between, because there's no campaign per se, I have inserted this cleanup and setup phase that are in between the different scenarios. And basically, what you do is your orders of battle come from the scenarios. And like I said, I think I've uploaded that to the server. Let me check on that quickly. Yeah, I zipped it up and it should be all there. Yeah, so inside the zip file there in the chat there, Frank, you'll see this combined scenarios. That's all 5. You'll see this the rules, and you'll see the SASL rules as well. And this board PG is the board you need. So if you want to get a crack-a-lackin' on that, I'd appreciate that. I think it's fairly straightforward, but yeah, basically what you're going to do is you're going to play the 4 scenarios in sequence, and you're basically going to be using the British Airborne Company as your friendly force throughout. So you're like, when you read it, you'll find out. And if you have any questions, by all means, let me know. But basically, you're going to be using this Airborne Company as a source for your friendly OB. The first scenario, you're only going to be using part of it. The second one, you're going to be using part of it. The third one, I believe, is everything, as is the fourth one. And then you're going to start using some walking wounded later on, and etc. Yeah, right here. So 10 July dawn. Yeah, so I have it broken down by day. 10 July dawn, midday, afternoon, what happens. But yeah, so it should be enough information to get you started on how to play the campaign. And I'd be much obliged if you can give that one a crack. Artillery strike. Great. Alrighty, so this is what they get as part of the prep fire phase on the closest to the enemy board edge, which is for me is going to be the east, or I could drop it down here in the south, which I think I'm going to do. Alternatively, I could drop it on a unit that fired a heavy weapon. So what's closer? That's the full width of the board, or I could drop it down here, which is almost the full width of the board too. Obviously that's longer. Right on the spot here would be a really nice juicy spot to put it. Closest to the enemy board edge would probably be in this area anyways. So I think that's fine. I can accept that. Let's put that here for now. Let's zoom in. And specifically, where do we want to put it? We don't want to get our friendlies in, and it's not going to be accurate. So let's drop it on the 10-2 armor leader guy. All right, now we're going to deviate it. 6 for 4 off the board. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Oh well. Oh well. All right. Prep fire phase. Do they get another RE64? Says they do. And that's going to be bombardment as well. No, it's command confusion. So they don't get another artillery strike. That's good. Shooting wise, though, let's start up at the north this time. Any activations? This is a +1, +1, which means you guys would activate, as would you. So let's do that first. Let's get these 3 activated. 4 with a +2, too far away, but you 3 for sure. So this guy first, and the other 2. So all 3 of them are going to be activated. 1, 2, 3. 7 is a nothing. Then we have a 4 and a 6. Squad support weapon leader fortification. Squad support weapon leader and a fort. None. Support weapon 4 is an MMG. So again, we're going to have a 237 half squad with a 80. And you're a 6. Squad support weapon fortification. Squad support weapon. And we are not fortified. All right, an 8 is probably what? 447 with an LMG. While we're doing this, let's see what else would have activated when I advanced. This would be a total +1. You're too far away. This would be a +1.5. Too far, too far. +1, 3 hexes away. This would be activation. 5. 5 is a no. That would be 0, so no. No, I guess that's it. Okay. All right, prep fire. Let's go with a 4. 4 up 1. That's a Freddy. This guy is going to do a 6 up 1. That's a Freddy, broken gun. This guy here, action die roll. Doesn't panic. We're going to do a 4 down. Let's go on this guy here. 4 down 2. 4 down 1. 4 on the 4. It should be a 2 check. 1 check. All right, so our wounded 10-2 is good. The 467 heavy. Broken. Elard. No. You're basically a 9-1. 1 check would be a flat. 7 up 4 would be an 11. So you're not ELR'd, you're just broken. And then the medium is gone. All right, you guys here. Action die roll. Let's fire the ATR at the Stug. We're going to try and immobilize, so it's going to be a 4 less. Nope. And then we'll fire on the infantry 4 up 1. No effect. Let's go 4 up 1 on the infantry. Doesn't panic. Here, 4 up 1. Now that's a move command. That is a move command, but I don't think I'm going to move. I'm in a trench under wire. There's no need for me to move, so I think I'm going to shoot instead. Problem is it's only going to be 2 firepower with a +2. +2 or +2? Which do I fire at? Let's do a 2-up-2. No effect. And the mortar doesn't panic. Let's switch fire on to these guys. And that's going to be a 5 or less to hit. That is a hit. Ready to fire. Sniper. 9's going to be a pinning task check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sniper, South Sniper, that goes 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, Mr. 458, I think I'm going to get you. This guy should be in a trench. You're the target. All right. So I had rate. Let's do another shot. This time will be a 6 to hit. And I broke my tube. And here, no panic, so we're going to do a 6 flat shot to there. 5 on the 6 is a 1. 1, 2. Another mortar tube. We'll fire on these guys here to hit. That is a hit, rate of fire, and a pinning task check. 1, 2. Seven or less to hit. That is a miss. Small tube here. We'll fire on these guys. That will hit. Last shot. No effect. And we're going to do a 4 flat. Panic. Two up one or a 2 up 1. This is really tempting, although I could fire group. This would be 8. Yeah, no point fire group, and that would be not be a waste. So let's do a 2 up 1. 4 on the 2 is a 1 check. 1, 2. ELR'd and broke. Sniper. Oh shit. Stealth Sniper payback 3 for 1. Three for 1. No. Oh man. Well, we're gonna have a choice of leaders. Well, this guy's not concealed, so nor is this guy. So I guess we have to take one of these ones, wouldn't we? And then we have to roll randomly. So let's go on this. So the concealed stack and the broken guy. So the concealed stack gets it. Leader, squad. So this squad here is broken. All right. All right, well, shit. And then we're going to do an 8 up 1. 5 on the 8 is a 2, I believe. Yes. 2 check, unfortunately, is going to hurt. So the 9-1. Yep, because I can't make a morale check. And then 2-5, so the heavy, medium, and the sapper. So the sapper guy is pinned. Everybody else is broken because reasons. And this guy here. I got a mortar range of 3. I can't really see anybody, except maybe this guy. So let's fire on him. To hit. +1 for the vehicle, so 6 or less. Critical fucking hit. Reasons. Leader, squad. Random.org for all your dicing needs. I'm going to pause for a second and eat a granola bar, because I'm not me when I'm cranky. So If you're following along, I just rolled a 2K for the critical for my 3 squads. Yep, that just happened. Let's swing fire over here. Get a 3-peat. Wow. Wow. So it's going to be a 7 because you get +1 for the vehicle. 7 on the 8 is going to be a 1 check. Leader. Squad, squad, squad. Well, this guy here, that is a move command. So let's put him on move. And we're going to fire a 4 up 1, 2 for the FFE, 4 up 2. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. So the broken leader. Well, he doesn't get one. So the 4, 6, 7. 4, 6, 7. And the pin guy for booby trap purposes. And aberrate. Let's do it again. Broke. Unfucking real. Unreal. Or let's start over here, I guess. Now it's a fire command. This would be through an FFE with a +2, 3 for the FFE, 4 for the vehicles. So I could fire 6 up 4, but that really wouldn't make a hill of beans. Although that is a lot. What about a fire group? 6, 8. 8 up 4? Is that a better? Yeah, let's do a fire group. We're gonna do 8 up 4 onto here. So no effect. And you are going to be doing a 4 up 1 into there. No effect. Artillery piece. You're going to fire point blank into that building, so 8 or less to hit. And you missed. Whew. Less intensive. 2x range, building cancel, acquisitions of -1 means you need a 7 or less to hit. However, intensive bumps that down to a 5 or less. So you missed by 1, but you've acquired twice now. And you are SOL. You are going to fire. You may as well keep that acquisition going. So let's do that. +1 for this. -1 cancel. So you're going to need a... Oh, you panic, so never mind. You lose that. Let's do... I guess we'll fire on these guys. Let's do an 8 up 1. No, 8 flat. Oh, come on, man. You guys on the 8. A 1 KIA and a K2 for the concealed guy. So this conceal is gone. K2 for the leader or the squad. Leader, squad. So you get a K2. Two check for the leader. Pinned. Half squad, broken. And a 1K for those guys. So 1, 2. Well, of course. Why don't they both get it? Why wouldn't they both get it? All right. Well, moving on up. Let's get this on the go. And we have a mortar here. So let's fire the mortar first. 7 to hit. Missed. And we have 6 flat. That's a miss as well. You guys panic. And that would be a +2. No activations, no activations. All right. Now we go to move, of which I only have 2 to move, and that's a berserk unit too. So let's move him first. You're on the wire. So you get under for 5. And I'm going to blast you with these guys here first. What's my biggest leader? 9-2. Let's get this guy here. 9-2. Command die roll. And we're going to blast you with a 20 down 2. 1 because of... No. +1 for the vehicle. -1 for non-assault, cancel. -2 leader is a -2. So 20 down 2. 5 on the 20 and no rate. 5 on the 20 is a 4 check. Leader and the 458. So the leader takes a wound, which he fails, so he's dead. And the 458 failed his morale check, so he's a half squad. Now I'm going to fire these guys. That's going to be 12, 15. So we're not going to use the LMG. It's going to be on the 12 table with a -3. 12 -3. All right, so he's dead. -3. All right, so that's done. Finally got some Russian casualties, and these guys now, what would I do with them? Well, let's see what the move command would be. So that's a 5. SASL charts, enemy actions, hold attitude movement. Assault move into location with TEM greater than current location. So I could move onto the wire. And get underneath it into the trench. Let's do this. So we're going to move this onto the wire. I didn't see X. So I'm hung up on the wire. If I do an 8 down 4 shot, no, it would be 8 down 3. 8 down 3. Uh, 9-2 command die roll. Alright, so he's in command. 8 down 3 is a 1 check, so you're dead. A 1 on the 8 is KA. And Russian sniper. And that would be a 4 residual in that location. And then you, what are you going to do now? Let's assault move into the shell holes. I think it's a smarter, wiser move. We'll first fire this guy here. That's it for the move I have, I think, and then we'll go to defending fire, and let's do our OBA. Now what I want to do with this, convert. Where do I want to convert it? Do I move it to H6 and flip to FFE? Or do I drop it on G5 and convert? So this is 100 millimeter. That's going to be on the 20 table. I could drop it and flip it, and I could actually make harassing fire on in this grain. Would be really good if I land an H7. These guys are in orchards, not going to give them any protection. This is no protection. The trenches are not going to be affected. But I could clear up all this space if it lands close to there. Harassing fire is 1/3, I believe. 1/3 of the firepower. One-third of the battery's HE, so it's going to be on the six table. Or do I just move it 1 hex, fire HE concentration? This 447 really pissed me off because it just nuked my guy. I could land in G8 and convert to a 100 millimeter. Let's do that. We're going to land here. And are we accurate? We are not accurate. It can only be off 1. It's going to go direction 3. We're going to flip to FFE. and harassing. I just don't think harassing is going to affect these guys. It's not going to do any shell hole. Might do flames. So let's do target hex. H7. That might be a flame. What would a 7 do? Sorry, Snake Eyes on the 6 is a 1 KIA. So we have chance of flame. That would be flame. And we also have activation. 5. 5 is no. Alright, so we got a flame there. I8 for flame. I9. We have a 4. That would be activation. 3 is a yes. We have a 12. Pack front. We just activated another pack front. That's 2. So this is going to be the target location, fire director. So you get a trench. And what kind of guns are we talking about? We have the 76 long artillery. We get 3 of them. And we need crews. All right, so we have to back up now. And 9 in the target hex with a +2 is an 11 on the 6 is a miss. Snake Eyes, doesn't matter. 6 up 2 is an 8 on the 6 is a pinning task check for that guy. No effect. This guy's in a trench. 4 up 4 is an 8 on the 6 is a pinning task check. He's fine. And now we do this hex here. That's a nothing. No activation, and G9. No. Yes. That'll be activation. We have a 6. And G8. Will be nothing there. H6 nothing. Second ring. I7 possible flame. J7 activation. Yes. As a 9. Squad support weapon fort. So squad engineer with a flamethrower and no fortification. All right, and that was a 6. Down 1 for the flamethrower was a 5. On the 6 is a 1. And that's enough to break. I10. Possible flame. That is not a flame. Kindle number is at 10. So no. Or wait, am I looking at that wrong? Train's kindling number. Yeah, all right. So yeah, it's got to be a 10 or higher. So no flame there. It was H10, G10. And then we're into F9. That would be +4, nothing, and then we are into F8. +4, nothing. +4 is a 10, nothing. G7. +4 is nothing. All right, so kind of figured. Yep, all right, so we're in FFE2. Not too bad, I guess. All right, let's do the 150, and then we'll do the rocket one last. All right, here, we have an FFE2. Do we want to adjust? I think we do. I'm way over there in the corner, so I could adjust right onto here. Is it accurate? We need a 1. It is not. 1 hex off. It is a 4, so it's going to land right here. And target hex 150. We don't have to worry about shell holes, so H23. That is a 6 on the 150. Is a K4. K4 +2 will bring it up to an 8, which will mean that it is a 3 check. So we have activations for 2. 1, 2. Both activate. We might have an overstack situation here. 1, 2, an 11 and a 7. So the 7 is none. So actually one of these is going to be a dummy. And an 11 will get us squad support weapon leader fortification. Squad 447, support weapon is a medium. So we're going to switch to a half squad again. And a leader will be an 8, is an 8-0. And fortified. All right, then we do a morale check. So the leader, broken. 237 is broken, and the broken guy is broken. Gone. All right, I-24. That'll be an activation. 2 is activated as a 4. It's going to be very popular this game. Squad engineer with a, I think it's an LMG. Yeah, LMG. 628 LMG. Our leader, the -1's a 5. 5 gets me a 9-1. And we have a fortification. Oh, no, we don't. We have possibly an entrenchment. So we'll get one of these. All right, and we rolled a 5. 5 up, 4 is a 9 on the 30. Gets us a 2 check. Leader. And the 628. 2 check. 8, 9 down 2 steps, so you're pinned. All right, and then I-25 for shell hole. H-25. What am I looking for anyways? 5 or less. G-25. Okay, well, whatever's there is dead. We have a 3. 3 is a squad leader, gun, and fortification. Squad is a 458. Leader is a 91. Excuse me, A1. A gun is going to be a 45 double. And not fortified. All right, so we rolled Snake Eyes, which is a critical, but you know, critical is a low BA. And actually wasn't critical, it was a 3. So 3 on the 50 plus 1 for the shell hole will bring it down to a 2 KIA. So we have a leader, 458, and a 228. So you guys are dead. You're broken. And I believe the gun is fine. It's not malfed or anything. Where did I put the crew? Oh, here. There we are. All right, and then G24. That is a shell hole. All right, flip this over to FFEC. Continuation, and now we got to do our rocket. So we're going to do it in place, target hex. 6 might be enough to get a shell hole. Yes, it is. Or D24. Nope. E25 for flame. No, E26. 27 plus 4 would be a 9. 9 on the 36 is a 3 check. I skipped that one. 26. C25. 23. 24. Oh, wait. Flame. 24. F24. 6 will be a shell hole. Possible flame. No flame. What's brush? Brush kindles on a 9. I rolled an 8. Not good enough. This is an activation though. 2 as a 8 squad and a support weapon, a squad fortification. So we have a 447 who's sitting in a trench. And that was a 6. Up 1 is a 10, so it should be a 2 check. Broken. Now a 6 flat is also a KIA. So I think that would eliminate the wire. I think that would eliminate the wire with that shot. Yeah. Yep, so the wire is gone from this location, courtesy of that. F25, nothing. F26, already did that. D27, nothing. B26, 5, 24, flame. Grain, light grain. Does light grain burn easier, I wonder? Kindling number of 11. So it's actually harder to burn light grain. Okay, well, good to know. And then C24 for shell hole. Negatory. All right, so this is done. Rocket is all used up. We have to spread some flame in the advancing fire phase. And aside from that, rocketry is done. What else can I defend fire with? Let's start up at the top. It's going to be an 8 up 1 into there. I need command die roll from this guy and the other guy. Panicked. So it's going to be a 4 up 1. 8 on the 4 is nothing. This tank makes his command die roll. He's going to -1 +1 cancel. Acquisition, and a 2 is going to be a +1, and the vehicle will be a +2 again. So 6 or less to hit. That's a miss. Acquired twice. This guy here. Panicked. No, AFEs are 1 greater, and he has acquisition. So he just made it. And 2 hex range acquisition will cancel out the TM buttoned up, so 7 or less. That is a miss, but he's acquired twice. This guy here to hit. That'll critical. And on the 24 table with a -2. 3 on the 24. Got to be a K of some kind. And I rolled a 5 on the 12. 5 on the 12 is not enough to destroy the wire. All right, and then this guy here, you're going to fire onto here. So button up, grain, and trench means a 4 less to hit. I don't know why I didn't fire last time, but I didn't. All right, and then you guys here Why did you get pinned? Oh, probably because of the mortar. 8. Let's go 8 up 4 into there. 1 squad, 2 squad. Okay, 1 squad. 4 up 4. No, that's not worth it. 3 squads. 1, 2, 3. 2 of them make it. So we're going to do an 8 up 4 into that location. No effect. This 8-1 here. It's in command. And let's do 8, 12, 20. Let's do 20 firepower onto this guy here. The mortar here. 20 onto this mortar here. 20 up 3. 9. Actually, I could do 24 up 4. 24 up 4, that would be leader directed, so I don't cower. I didn't say that, though. Let's assume I cower. So it's going to be on the 16, and 9 on the 16 will be NMC. 1 check. Leader and the squad. Leader's broken. Task check for the squad. Squad is pinned. And then these guys here. Top squad, bottom squad, top squad, bottom squad. Tank. Well, something can shoot. So this tank's going to blast this guy here with 2x range. Acquisition will cancel out the trench. Button up, so 7 or less to hit. That is a miss. 10-2. And we're going to have 8 flat to hit this guy. That hits, only shot on the 12. We have an 8 on the 12 as a 1 check. And he is perfectly fine. So let's do the 9-2. And let's do an 8 flat. Pinning task check. Okay. 8 up 2. NMC. Can something, for the love of Jesus, kill this guy. We're going to have 8 up 1. Not using the CX guy. 4 on the 8. 4 on the 8's a 2 check. Thank you, Jesus. Frickin' Christ. Can I waste enough shots on this guy? Uh, 2 up 2. Probably not worth it. This guy's going to fire onto here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or do I fire onto here? No, let's fire onto the suspect. So it's going to be 20 halved is on the 8 table. Yeah, it'll be on the 8 table, down 1. 8 table, down 1. It's 5 on the 8 is going to be 2, I believe. 2 check, yeah, activation. And we are activated as a 7, which is nothing. No rate on my guns either, which, you know, kind of sucks. So that means I can then fire this guy at this guy here. 2x range, button up, cancel. So +3 is a 5 or less to hit. No effect. Here, 7, no wait, where's my biggest leader? 9-2. The 9-2 command die roll. You son of a beach. Okay, this 9-1. We're going to start off with this guy here. He's going to fire 12 up 2 into there. 12 up 2. Actually, no, we're going to fire into here. Now, the FFE still goes, so it's going to be a plus... let's measure that. Yeah, so +1, +2, +4, +5, +5 on the 12. No effect. This tanks. Same thing. Jesus. Here we have 20 firepower +3. 7 on the 16 is going to be a 2 check. So sniper, that goes 6 for 4. One, 2, 3, 4. So it's probably going to be you. And then what else can I shoot? I did have rate on my guns, so let's fire over here. This is going to be a 12 up 3. 9 on the 8 is going to be a PTC. They're fine. It's enough shooting from you. You're going to target this guy here. Assume you don't panic, which you do. What about this guy here? You're going to fire onto this guy, so that's going to be a +1, +2 for the vehicle. -1, +1 on the 8. 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 4. +1 on the 4. 7 on the 4 is a pinning. Leader, squad. Sniper. Hey, we got something. North sniper goes 2 for 1. Two for 1. So something here is pinned. Leader, squad. That'll work, I guess. Other shooting. What can I blast next? You just shot. You have a shot. So let's fire 8 firepower here. 8 up 1. No effect. This tank to hit will miss. A1 command die roll using command, which means I can drop this. We're going to fire at the gun in the open. It's going to be on the 8 +2 from placement. No effect. This is going to be a 8 +1. Wow. Completely ineffective shooting. Completely ineffective. And then point blank, this guy here, 9-1, is in commands. It's going to be on the... If I spray fire, this would be 20. This would be on the 10. So let's spray fire. This is going to be 20 minus 1 and 8 minus 1. So 4 on the 20 and 4 on the 8. 4 on the 20 is a K4 and the 2 check. So this guy's gone. And a 2 check on this guy. He's fine. Rate of fire. Do I damage the cannon? I don't. Rate of fire on my guns. So I fired this way. I'm in a building. I could rate of fire this pack gun here. Or pack front gun here. Which I think I'm going to do. +1 for this, -1 for this. That would give me a 12 firepower attack +2. 7 on the 12 is a 1 check. And they're gone. Alright, so that is that pack front dealt with. Now we go advancing fire. Spread some flame. Where are the flames to be spread? You just showed up, so you are pinned actually. You just showed up. You were already there, so flame. Yes. And I think that's it for the... because this guy just showed up too, so he would have been pinned as well. All right, advancing fire. I only had this guy here. The other guy vaporized. So let's do a salt fire. That's going to be a 4. +1, -1, so 4 flat. 6 on the 4 is a 1. 8, 0, and the other guy. The other guy is Eolard and casualty reduced. All right. Now we can do road phase. Attacker first. What is broken and has to run? You're in harassing fire, so where do you want to move you? If I low crawl 1 hex, that's fine. You're in a trench, you don't have to move. You're adjacent, under the wire, so you have to move. So that would be here, I guess. You're fine. You're in a shell hole under an FFE. Where would you go to? This would be a good spot. 1, 4, 5, 6. You would never reach it. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. You couldn't come here anyways. You have to stay where you are, unfortunately. And for the same reason, you got to stay where you are. You could make it all the way to here. That would be 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, if I were to do 1, 4, 5, you would make it. Yeah, no, you wouldn't be able to. Where would you run to? You'd probably jump into the trench, wouldn't you? I think you jump into the trench. And then the Germans. What has to move on the Germans? You are in the open, but not in normal range of anybody. So you're going to low crawl that way. You're under a tank, not in normal range of anybody, so I think you're safe. You guys have to move. So you could go 1.5. Well, you could just go 1 hex. No, you couldn't. You'd be moving closer. So you're kind of screwed. You have to stay where you are. And that's fine because nobody's adjacent right now. You guys are going to go to here. Frickin' 10-2. All right, so that's going to be it for the route phase. Let's go advance phase. And then I think I'm going to stop for the day. Russian advance. Let's go under the trench. May as well. Pack front's fine. Yeah, you guys are fine there, I guess. Nothing I can really do there. let's go here into the trench. You're going to come here into the trench. And I think that's it for the Russian turn 1. And we'll finish off there, and we'll start next time with the German turn 2. What are we looking at? Casualties 24 to 18. Well, I guess not too bad. I mean, I do have to cross a lot of open ground. It is unfortunate, but not horrible. It came down to some really shitty dice rolls, I think, is what is causing me all the grief. You know, a mortar that rolled a critical, and then I rolled 3 ties for critical hit. That took out 3 squads and a leader, so it's, you know, how do you fight that when the dice are against you? I don't know if you guys saw that or not, but it was interesting. 24 to 18 VP so far. Basically, the Germans really have to get into this area behind all the charts at the end of the day, which probably not going to happen, but you never know how far we get. Turn 3, I can start bringing in these guys. They can start forcing this the north, and everybody else is coming in this way. So, yeah, not too bad. Not too bad at all. And the only big change I made so far to my rule sets was adding in or changing the activation table so that I got rid of the advance only. So if there's an activated unit within 2, then you'll get an extra -1 to your activation check number. So aside from that, it's looking pretty decent, I think. Yeah. But yeah, so that's going to be enough for me. I think my Twitch stream went okay. I was noticing that it still says unstable, so if anybody's watching on Twitch, feel free to comment on that. It looks like I skipped a couple of frames, but the bitrate seems to be okay. It says unstable, but on my Twitch tracker, it says the stream is stable, so I don't know what to believe. This is stable. This says unstable. So I'm going to assume that the Twitch stream is stable, and it's just an oopsie. But if you're watching on Twitch and you're this far in, and just leave a comment or something, or comment on my Discord or something. Anyway, guys, thank you guys very much for watching this early stream on Monday. It's Labor Day here in Canada, so most of us are off. And I got to have some breakfast. All right, guys. You guys have a great day.